Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your meal.
Enjoy your meal. Welcome to the stream. Today on Genshin Impact, we are going to continue where we left off last time.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo.
Enjoy your meal.
And that was... last time we did Perilous Trail. Can't say those two words after all. And today we will be doing Yelan's story chapter, Umbralis Orchis. The Tianshu of Liu Chiseng is getting on in the years. The selection of his successor is nigh. As the three candidates present themselves, one after another, some force seems to be stirring the seemingly calm waters. Now, even the greatest of chess masters may play false and thus set the game. Yet there are already precious few worthy players in the first place, and many more still are those who do not even comprehend that they are on the board.
One client.
Let's unlock and see where we need to go.
Two clients. Three clients.
Calculated Gambit, 7-star selection. As you stroll around Liu, you bump into a familiar person.
Enjoy your
Who could
meal.
it be? Yeah, her coat was kinda getting in the way of reading the text, so I had to move it around to accommodate my needs. Now, Liu Harbor is big. Where do you want me to walk? We also did unlock, I think, 2 small quests after finishing the big quest last time that are also both in Leo Harbor, so we may accidentally run into them on the way. If we do, I'll decide on the fly whether or not we're gonna play them to completion today. Otherwise, the plans are this story as well as possibly a hangout.
Thank you.
The yellow sparkles did not know where to go for a moment.
The nightlife here is so vibrant.
Traveler,
Paimon, it's been a long time.
Hello, secretary.
Oh, hey, Hoishin. Long time no see. Fancy meeting you here. How's work these days?
It's working.
Thanks to the help of people like you and colleagues like Ganyu, better all the time. But I've been feeling distracted at work lately. I just feel constantly agitated.
This feels like the first time in this game that a bird does not immediately fly away from us. Has something happened?
It's a long story. But my father, he's thinking of stepping down from the Tianshu position due to health issues.
What's wrong with Uncle Tian?
Nothing specifically. He's not unwell. He says he's just increasingly low on energy these days. He's always said, old age comes for us all in the end. Still, I just can't help but feel a little emotional watching it happen to him. Anyway, my father's currently on the second floor of Yangsheng Tea House. Why don't you come pay him a visit with me?
Have you tried charging him? I don't think that will work unless he is a robot.
He seems very fond of you too. I'm sure chatting with you will make him very happy.
Sure, let's go.
5 birds. 5 birds. Calculated Gambit. 5 birds. Except you! You will not get away.
Go! Phew!
Wait, where are you taking me? I don't think I've been in here. Is this a place I can normally visit? The Fang, the Halberd. Huh? I cannot visit. Okay. Do I have to... Oh. Stairs. Stairs are a thing that exists.
Uncle Tian, we're here to chat with you.
Oh? What a lovely surprise. Welcome. Hoishin, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea? I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently. I would very much like to hear your adventure stories.
We are much concerned about your health, Uncle Tian.
Hoishin told you, didn't she? Don't worry. I'm quite all right. It's just the years gradually catching up with me.
Like this tree.
As I grow older, I'm starting to find that with many things, though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak. Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels. I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today. Nevertheless, I wish to pass on the position before my mental acuity begins to decline beyond redemption.
How difficult is it to transfer the Tianshu position?
Oh, well, you see, the Tianshu is a rather unique position among the Liyue Qixing. Historically speaking, the Jianshu rarely appears in public. We stay behind the scenes, planning and giving advice, so a public selection process would not be suitable. We also want to keep any prospective Jianshu candidates free from influence by outside forces, so we tend to be as discreet as possible in their assessment and appointment. For these reasons, the incumbent Jianshu typically recommends their candidate of choice, and this is then approved by the other Qixing members.
So in other words, you pick someone, and then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Correct. Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every candidate myself. Not to despair, however, because I found someone exceptionally capable to act on my behalf as assessment officer. In fact, I believe you recently became acquainted with her yourself.
Who could it be? What a mystery.
Oh? Who is it?
Yes, she is an assassin. She assesses things.
I'm heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
Who are you?
It's Yelan!
Jackpot. Uncle Tian here asked me to assess 3 candidates for him. Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu. Might be a good opportunity for you.
What do you think?
I'm not really interested. I don't want to play this story.
Makes sense. After all, whoever the next Tianshu is, it doesn't really make any difference to us. Still, Paimon's really curious to see which candidates Uncle Tian picked, so let's go take a look.
Alright then. Though, I gotta say, Uncle Tian, you say you're into behind-the-scenes planning? My work's of the covert variety, too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
Little do you know that this is your assessment.
Huh? Yelan, you want to be the next Tianshu?
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I suspect Ningguang wouldn't let you go very easily after how long you've been working together. So, how about this? If your investigation reveals that none of the other candidates are qualified for the position, I'll recommend you for the job.
This translates to, if you kill all the other candidates, you will be the next Tianshu.
Deal. Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead. Meet me on the first floor when you're ready. Until then, have a pleasant conversation. Oh, and no need to pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine establishment, this runs on the house. You're all set?
Uncle Tian seems really worn down. It's like all his energy's gone.
Yeah, it may sound harsh, but Uncle Tian is past his prime. He's not cut out for this anymore. So he's recommended 3 candidates. Their names are Qinwei, Mingguo, and Zhi. Qinwei is a wealthy entrepreneur. Mingguo works at the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Zhi is focused on study and travel. Try to keep all that in mind. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you forget, since we'll be assessing them at Yuehai Pavilion in a short while.
Qianwei, Mingbo, Zhi. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion. All right. Heads in the game, people. The stakes stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing. We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how small.
Got it. We'll keep our eyes wide open. Go!
Well,
Go!
let's see if any of them are qualified. Also, I like how the yellow line just does not want to go up without the stairs. But it doesn't care here. Here it just goes straight.
Phew. Go!
My legs are getting sore. What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion and I don't even get a chair.
Well, you're already out.
I've dealt with all kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting for an appointment.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine.
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Oh, come on. That's just... Now you're just being unreasonable.
All right, you two. Let's not get into a big argument over this. It's not worth it. Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo, cut him some slack. We've all been standing around for a while. It's natural to be getting irritable. Look, how about this? There's no rule saying we're obliged to stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs from the guild nearby?
Fine. They're not the best quality chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances, it would be better than nothing.
It looks like all 3 candidates have arrived.
Oh, it was those 3. I wouldn't have guessed.
Mm-hmm. We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process.
We try to kill them, and if they survive, good for them.
I've split it into 2 stages: current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview. In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person. Writing a manifesto takes time, so I informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Wow. One of them is really thick.
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto. Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues. There's still some time. Have a skim through, get a first impression of what each person's proposing. I'll be waiting off to the side. Just let me know when you're done.
Reading time.
Do you need a hand with anything? Hoishin is taking some time off at the moment. I'm covering for her. Just let me know if you need anything.
So, who of them wrote the fic? One. You're not telling me. Okay, one of those 2. Okay, Sihi is the one. That's fake. Mingbo's manifesto covers domestic affairs quite comprehensively, focusing on people's livelihoods. The core principle seems to be the greater good means a world that works for everyone. That was very skimmed. Shanwei's manifesto addresses many commercial issues and provides some very penetrating analysis. His view seems to be that regulations and incentives are both indispensable. Xi's manifesto covers domestic affairs, foreign affairs, and checks and balances, all in great detail. Focus seems to be problem solving. It provides concise and clear solutions to various problems. It's so thick that you only have time to skim through it roughly.
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Everyone took it very seriously.
Of course they did. They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets.
What did you think, Yelan?
That's for me to know and you to find out. We can talk more after the interviews. We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
So who's who?
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you? I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing two entirely unfamiliar faces. I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp. It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
Mind your tone, mister.
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was simply stating a fact.
Man, your communication skills. Did you learn them from Cloud Retainer?
Cloud Retainer? You know this Adeptus? Oh, yes, I remember now. You must be the traveler that people are constantly talking about. With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I have put forward. Although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
Oh, is it my turn?
So he didn't write the thick paper. What a surprise. What a plot twist.
Yes. Please, introduce yourself.
I'm, Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I've worked there for, 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled, 2,347 cases. I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in, 16 days? My current work is related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for, auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
You sure studied your presentation.
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good at public speaking?
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hello. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so ask away and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. how can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
Well, that was blunt.
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from. But I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, two different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach two very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
He seems like a great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and he was just a pleasure to listen to.
Meh.
Here's my take on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many excellent ideas in his manifesto, which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingboa's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingboa is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Perfect summary. Paimon couldn't agree more. You're good at this, Yelan.
Last but not least, Zhi. His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat. The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Zhi take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
Great.
We'll see. Let's go back and report to Uncle Tien.
But do we want the same person again in that position?
Phew.
How about having a new wind?
Go.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
All right, then let me ask this. The ideas in Zhi's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Oh, I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now. Those three candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me. But Qianwei went on to focus on his business, and Mingbo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Zhi was with me for the longest duration.
Whoa. So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tien?
Qianwei was referred to me by an old friend. Mingbo came to my attention in the course of my work, and As for Jerry, that was pure happenstance. We first met while fishing. Gradually, as we got to know each other, we started discussing all sorts of topics. Jerry came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner.
He's starting to sound too good to be true.
He reminded me of a younger version of myself. So I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing and noticed how quickly he got on.
Sounds like he's family to you.
Quite. And now, all of a sudden, he's grown into a mature young man. It's a joy to see, but it also gets one thinking. The young are growing up, and I am growing old. How time flies. No one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tian. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you. There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad thing. It just means I finally have a good reason to retire and spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing. Going fishing whenever I feel like it.
Ah, life goals.
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tian.
Ooh, there's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time. Ooh, and freshly caught fish, they make the most beautiful fish soup with barely any preparation required.
Fresh fish soup. Sounds tasty.
Doesn't it? Also, some time ago, Jerry purchased a very special recipe from an old fisherman. When we've been fishing recently, Jerry always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste even more wonderful. That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my age, who knows how many more chances I have left to taste it again.
Maybe no more at all, I'm sure.
Oh, can Paimon come next time too? Paimon really wants to try it.
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tian, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
I appointed you as the assessment officer, and I trust your judgment. Had you not asked me why Jerry's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to mention my history with any of them. This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all other considerations and make your final decision only after a thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities. Remember, you must be thorough.
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tian. Look after yourself. So, it's gonna be J.E., right? His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word of advice. Things are not always as they appear.
Yeah, especially if they appear too good.
The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves. The truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels. For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
Ugh! Who are they? Where did they come from?
Did they scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also perform various assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wenyuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Upei, who's not here right now.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
Assistants assessing assassinations. All the words starting with ASS. Surely, there's no deeper meaning.
So what about Juri?
Zhi, well, obviously as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves. Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for information, why don't we try talking to Bulai, the owner of Wanyu Boutique?
Yes, our best friend, Bolai.
He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
I'm never sure if we like that guy or not, but we keep coming back to him.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
Huh? Go! Phew! Huh? What's Bulai doing here today?
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsetias ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that. I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet.
Even so...
All right. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll just have to partner with them instead, and neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I'll accept your asking price. I'll take all your stock. Don't sell a single one to Second Life.
Bolai, did you get swindled just
Oh,
now?
what are you doing here? And to be clear, these Sunsetias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
I've got more than enough in my bag.
Actually, we want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known. I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. His parents died when he was young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community.
Real sad backstory.
One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family. He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and... oh, how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyu Boutique.
He sure sounds like he has a fabricated past.
Oh, he sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a brand ambassador too, are you? Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the... Ah, that's Jury right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
Maybe Shuri is the main character, and not us. With a backstory like that.
Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Yelan. Come on, let's follow them and listen in. Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
Oh, is it time for my sneaking skills again?
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this. Hey!
Oh boy.
I understand. Let's walk and talk. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our...
What's the hurry? Don't get too close, or he'll see you.
That was sudden.
Try not to let him see you.
I understand. Let's walk and talk. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
The truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then, he fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me, then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
Thank you very much, Miss Yelan.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me. Juri seems to get along really well with everyone. Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Do we have to? Wait, you're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianchu yourself, are you?
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
Haemon is sold.
We will? Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
Surely he can't be over there. He just walked that way.
Let's move out. Faster? Okay, faster.
I made a mistake.
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Where's Soon?
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
That giant fish head. We're here to buy some information.
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young man called Zhi, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
Whoa! Yelan made up a whole fake identity without batting an eyelid!
Ah, yes, Zhi. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work several jobs alongside his studies to make ends meet. How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
Yeah, we think so too!
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh? Why's that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
What fish do you have?
Here to buy some fish? It's 300 for 1 or 3 for 1,000.
That didn't make sense for a second. Sure, I'll buy 1,000 fish for free. Geo, I guess.
You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
Hello, we're from the Society for Fish Price Research. We'd just like to ask a few questions.
Wow! She switched identity again!
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
No, not 1 + 1 + 1 makes 900. Sure, that makes sense, but not the way it was written. Like, it's 300 for 1 fish, but free for 1,000 fish. So that's a good deal for me.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard about a certain Zhi who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
Yes, it's him. He sells 1,000 fish for free geo. It's not called geo, it's called Mora. I'm in the wrong game. It's all because of his name being almost geo.
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him.
Also, there keeps being details added to the story.
He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head. And he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my place to say anything. What he's achieved already puts most people to shame. And nobody's perfect. I just wouldn't want to upset him, that's all.
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the price of my fish.
Unsure.
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. Okay, let's keep going.
Hey, it's you guys! Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah, honored to meet you. What brings you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
But it seems to have made his day.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Juri. For example, I can't remember. Probably because it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about Juri in a kind of nasty tone of voice. But 2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes he gives me candies, so I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
Is he paying people's friendliness?
I mean, just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great. Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about Juri stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Or he paid people to spread his stories. Okay.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share some of my candies with them too.
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Until we meet again.
Any of that sound strange to you?
Yes, I heard it.
Strange? What was strange about it? Jiryu seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gao spoke highly of him, and Dugu Shuo seems to like him too.
True. But the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
She said it. She said the thing I said in the beginning.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Zhiyi's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Zhiyi has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events. So why are these stories only going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Zhiyi was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign.
Someone's helping him.
Right. And that changes everything. It could mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu at Xixing. That's the worst-case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do? Even if we asked Jiryu about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Zhiyi must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Zhiyi's manifesto on who we're dealing with. Come on, let's get back to Yenshang Tea House.
And have tea.
Faster? Okay, faster. Faster? Okay, faster.
I can't believe the well got polluted. Adventurer!
What are you selling? Oh, the sitter, if someone does not have it. Interesting. That new symbol is for, I think, shops that sell event items of events that have passed. Or something like that.
Zhiyi's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together. Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
Yikes! We better hurry!
Whatever else Uncle Tien might think of Zhi, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students. Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically. Made any discoveries?
Not yet.
Not so far, but we're still looking. Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
How about the beginning? Sea, rock, and roads. Well, the beginning. Due to a variety of factors, sea storms have become stronger in recent years. As a jest, we set up a special patrol unit to deal with sea monsters. The fleet should consist of the following. Covers various issues related to coastal defense. Rock. Much of Leo's folklore suggests that Rex Lapis left a great deal of wealth in the mountains of Leo. However, due to obstacles hindering the excavation operation at the chasm, many projects have been called off. The workers of the Blackcliff Forge have been idle near the Golden House for a long time now. They should be given first refusal if any suitable projects arise. Covers mining, tunnel construction, and ruin exploration. Roads. The treacherous terrain around Wang Wang Stone Forest and Xingyong Peak means the area has weak transport links. The sheer mountain peaks are connected only by rope bridges. They are dangerous to walk on and wholly unsuited to the transportation of goods. These areas are rich in medicinal herbs and ore deposits. Building a road network around the mountains would be beneficial for everyone. Covers plans to build roads and bridges. Stop reading.
Oh, this reading is giving Paimon a headache. Let's take a break.
I feel like I've read more text on a single page of paper.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Nope, we were first, actually.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yelan's little helpers, Shenghua! If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Tianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Tianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works. Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless of their background.
Who'd have thought?
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult. But here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Tianwei's accounts are open to the public. Where he buys from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Tianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
What a strange guy. It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead...
To validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? Ah, how come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills and am always one step ahead of the competition. Well, when you're the competition, at least.
You... Ugh, whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Mingbois.
Well, we're all ears.
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Mingbois struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Mingbois at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Mingbois is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the Ministry often gets Mingbois to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval.
So it turns out both of the other guys are pretty good.
Oh, and also, there was once someone in the Ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Mingbois gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. Paimon's starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now.
And don't fight on the way.
So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan.
What that?
Cheongshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground. At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Cheongshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a special kind of explosive. The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Zhi-Yi's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans.
So maybe he really wants that treasure and just put it in the hopes of nobody paying attention to it.
Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions.
Yes, but if he gets voted in, then he has to go through with it.
Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto?
The rock chapter.
Oh yeah! Zhi-Yi said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Zhi-Yi wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Cheongshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Zhi-Yi's secret supporter?
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present. They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, Since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We may well find something new.
Shenwei and Mingbo both turned out to be completely different than what we thought. What about Juri? Is there another side to him too?
I guess we'll unravel that mystery. Oh, that's actually not as far as I thought. We are walking. I was thinking about a different mining place.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Getting a bit of rain, possibly. Yeah.
I forgot my umbrella again.
What a sad time.
Huh?
This is the Blackcliff Forge. Let's look around for clues.
Well, we have an arrow and people. Nothing of note happened today. Nothing of note happened today. Payday. 3 new recruits joined. Can't believe people are willing to join us at a time like this. One of the newcomers is very skilled. Got me the team leader. Nothing of note happened today.
What's this? A diary?
From the back, it looks like a ledger, but it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
They sure sound suspicious.
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, by the time the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Jur-E recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure. So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
Hi, Gamma. This is the security perimeter of Blackcliff Forge. Please watch what you do. Tell me about this forge. Interested in the forge, I'm quite the expert. I used to work here, but my body eventually couldn't keep up with the work inside. With little luck, I was able to join the Monolith afterwards. In broad strokes, Blackcliff Forge is staffed by miners who smelt ores as they dig tunnels. Of course, we also reinforced the tunnels and built factories with safety considerations in mind. The bounty that Rex Lapis has bestowed upon Leo all resides in this mine, and building factories within the mountain itself is the most efficient method of extracting that bounty. Hi, Iron Shoulder.
You want them to teach you or something? I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're picking up all the skills unbelievably fast. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night, but they never let us join them.
Weird, isn't it?
I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
Leo Harbor is literally 10 steps away.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant.
All the way.
It rained after work today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the rain stopped, they went out drinking again right away.
Maybe they all forgot their umbrellas too.
Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else. Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
Was that rain scripted?
They went that way! Hurry, we gotta catch up! These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about them.
Just as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way.
Huh?
The footprints stop here.
Well, it's not a path anymore.
But, judging from the direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
Looks like there may have been a fight here, but it's hard to say for certain. This was the work of a professional, but who? You find a fresh fruit pit in the pile of leaves. It seems like someone was here recently, but you can't find any more clues. These stripes in the dirt were likely made by a bamboo mat. That means someone slept here. But the bamboo mat is nowhere to be seen. A fire that burned out. Something was burned here not long ago.
Looks like we were too late. This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
Why don't we wait for them back at
Forge! They've gotta go back there sooner or later!
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else, to throw our investigation off course.
Darn! Guess this is where a trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in. Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce different odors when they're burned.
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
I smell a very gentle fragrance, but it might just be all the flowers around here.
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing. When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind.
Snaya. The Fatui.
Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague.
Third of the Three Stooges.
I sent him to look into Jur-E's regular contacts. Since Jur-E likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around. I left him a note at Yenshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Blackcliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup. So, what did you find out at sea?
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Jur-E before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up falling overboard. Fortunately, someone managed to drag me out. When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Well, Uncle Tien said that Jur-E once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me. No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions?
Catch them red-handed when they meet.
Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Jur-E, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
Groundwork?
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yuehai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next.
Go to his backers and tell them the good news.
Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Foregone conclusion.
silly jerk.
It looks like we're all here. Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tian entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingbo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Zhi is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue. After much consideration, I have decided to recommend Zhi to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Zhi, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tian proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Zhi seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey, Traveler, tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't?
A hat.
If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave!
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
We finally got rid of them!
Lady Yelan, Zhi has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him, quickly.
So Zhi really sided with the Fatui? But Uncle Tian thinks so highly of him. Why would he do this?
Oh, wonderful.
Difficult to say,
Another flower.
but everything should become a lot clearer when we find him.
With the wind.
Go!
I'm sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him. He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's subordinates? I guess Zhi didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upe says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
Have you tried crouching? It's worked for me most of the time.
But how?
Don't blame yourselves. let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tian himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tian, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Shinue Kiosk. He only went in briefly. Lupe and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Lupe had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover. I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any evidence, that would have been meaningless. So I stopped Lupe, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Shinue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. The key is figuring out what he's trying to achieve. Let's go to Shinue Kiosk.
Huh?
Not sure if I talked to you before. I should and not give me new recipes, please. Full moon egg.
Senua Kiosk, the place to go for classic Yua dishes.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
Oh. The lady he was talking with earlier on the wharf. Yeah, I was also thinking if he bought some vodka for his Russian friends.
Go!
Hey, Miss Lin Long. Sorry to bother you. Zhi ordered a wanware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Zhi's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Zhi picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock, and now that Mr. Zhi has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
Don't worry, price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Zhi's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
Our Three Stooges are discussing quite hotly in the background.
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Zhi bought 2.
Okay. Thanks, Lin Long. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. All right, see you next time.
This is turning into a real headache.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank for being wholly incapable of tailing an ordinary civilian without being seen.
It's not like you did any better.
He might not be an ordinary civilian.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Fair point.
Should have just asked the cat to follow.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jerry went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Jur-E isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father.
If that story is true.
If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol, let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses. No, this is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
Is it the Northland Bank again?
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move? If so, you can count me in.
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Jur-E bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
I'm well aware, but don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves. Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night. You should go and get ready, then meet me at Yensheng Tea House.
Phew!
Perfect timing. Wenyuan just sent word that the Fatui ambassador, Yusupov, just left the embassy alone. He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jerry mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't need to worry about being seen.
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's go. If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time.
Let's go to the pool.
This is Qingshu Pool, full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here. Follow me.
I never liked this place, because there is a lot of monsters. Also,
there's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground.
I guess we're not actually going around this place, but instead gonna go into a domain.
The workers left an emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
Don't worry, we're all professionals here. By the way, Yelan, where are your 3 little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Enter the ruins. Xingxiu Pool underground ruins. These ruins have been here for a very long time. Indeed, and digging here has temporarily ceased due to hard rocks blocking the path. It is said that rare treasures may be found below. I could be bringing my own Yelan, but she isn't leveled up sufficiently yet, so I'm assuming the trial character we are most certainly gonna get is better still. And that also means we're gonna have 5 characters instead of just 4.
Busted!
Rise.
Gotcha! Take it easy. Busted! Quietly now. As I expected, but this shouldn't be too much trouble.
Here to meet Ji. Looks like he went through that door. That must be the emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
Take it easy.
So we're gonna do some puzzle solving. Did you not get hit by my arrow somehow?
Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Orders given. Orders received.
Huh?
More puzzles?
The water's gone down. Hey, look! Is that another way through?
Take it easy.
Oh, that's what you meant with Yukuri, Yelan. Take it easy. Take this carrot.
Hold the line! Higher, higher, hands on fire!
That was a little bit of a mistake. I guess it still works.
Take it easy.
More steps to the puzzle, I assume. Maybe the real puzzle starts here.
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay, now we should be able to move the statues.
And I'm assuming yellow needs to be in the light. Which means all of these need to be out of the way. Or at least one more needs to be out of the way. Not the hardest puzzle in the world, but it works out exactly, so...
Take it easy.
The door is open. Let's go.
Take it easy.
Just checking if there's any more treasure chests somewhere around here.
Take it easy.
But doesn't seem like it.
We should be nearly at the bottom now. Let's wrap this up.
He's having a good time. Do we really have to disturb him? Yeah, there's no other way.
Gotcha.
Rest and rebuild.
Life goes on. Sacred name. Fortune.
Here comes the catch. Time to go.
Huh? Go!
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed. Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
What a nice place these two have made themselves.
Oh, sorry, that went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup.
Ah, very special soup.
Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice, though, did you? Just the mention of poisoning sends shivers down my spine. I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work. But, I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people. I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison, and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu. Of course, this is as long as you continue to do as we instruct. Aside from Qingshu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing. What a nasty guy! Seize him!
Hold on. Did you bring a camera?
I always have my camera.
If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
Excellent liquor.
How much poison was in that, I wonder?
We've, seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qingshu Pool. It's been a real headache for me. But soon, everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Juryi. I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us. Hey, do you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I work. The only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time. Just look at your two competitors. Chen Wei had wealth. Ming Boa had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
Yeah, there's definitely some poison in that drink.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll never have to worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Juryi has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time, so the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera?
Plenty. It goes forever.
Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm gonna drink my fill. Make sure to get me home safely afterward.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
Whoa, this is the good stuff. It is great. Huh? What the?
Never go drinking with a poison master.
Jur-E, you poisoned my wine? But when?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I'd put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again. And that includes you.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to where you are. Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives, the ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What do you hope to?
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become one as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't investigate this any further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in my own right, with a clean record and well out of the Fatui's reach.
Jur-E, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second-in-command, Theophan?
How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophan to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. After all, your untimely demise comes with a few perks for him. He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor! Juryi, you...
Shh. Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be taken out of the picture. Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
Well, here ends your plan.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within. If it pleases you, Miss Yelan, I'd be only too happy to have you join me in investigating this matter.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. In fact, all of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now. What do you think?
Uncle Tian has always trusted you.
Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tian ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tian was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough! That's enough.
Crying now. That's not gonna change anything.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once. desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan. But you have to keep calm to carry on. You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself, and don't look outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jury these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
Huh?
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Genshin Tea House tomorrow morning. I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals.
Be careful.
Don't worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this'll be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Surely this is not gonna explode, right? Would have never worked anyways. Aw, we could have at least hidden something behind here. Yes, like explosions. I would have loved some fireworks.
Go.
There is now no poison left in his system, but recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
At least we finally decided to call a doctor.
Dr. Baiju, is my father going to be...
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years. It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been much more serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom-seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Uncle Tien will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much. Ah, you're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it.
Are you feeling any better?
Yes, the exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
So do you need a replacement at all at that point?
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all. My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tien. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position, but Qianwei and Mingbo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this. But whenever it happens, it's still a dismal experience.
Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tien not that surprised?
Don't underestimate Uncle Tien. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Zhi. Normally, the Yuehai Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tien?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Zhi, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed. But when did it start?
What if none of this had ever happened?
I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field. Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them. I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things. What I really admired about Zhi was his intelligence and resilience.
I have to admit, he's a smart guy, and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Zhi was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Xunyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor. Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Jur-E would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Yes, had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
How is Jerry now?
Well, I mean, he is sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
A deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Jur-E's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized. But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
Uncle Tian? Yelan? What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't understand.
Jur-E colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process. With Yusupov in our hands, and a statement from Jur-E, we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options.
So this was your real plan?
Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved.
I don't think we've heard that name yet. Or that code name.
The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern. It's a pity that Theophan got away, but knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something. It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
I have to ask, Yelan, do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement. Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role, as Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger. Alright, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days, and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
As you might have guessed, it's for me to know and you to find out. But I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long.
I have a feeling whenever we'll find that Fatui Harbinger she just mentioned, he's gonna be hot on his heels. Or their heels.
Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons. If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tian. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one, wouldn't you?
And so ends a calculated gambit.
What would you like to know?
About she.
Something I've said to Jury, Chinwei,
Jury.
and Mingbo before is that while cunning and scheming are quite crucial, even more important than this is staying true to yourself. Jury and Ambassador Yusupov each saw each other as a means to an end. They thought that if they could just outsmart their opponent, they would emerge the final victor. And yet, in the eyes of Yelan and Regrator, they are but pawns in a much bigger game. Scheming is an endless endeavor. If you can't cope with it, you're better off staying out of it. It gives you a much clearer view in any case. Everyone has self-interest, but you cannot let it be your master. So, don't fight over fleeting gains and losses. Rather, focus on the direction your heart is leading you, and keep moving forward. What would you like to know?
About Yelan.
I first met Yelan when she was very young. Even back then, she was extremely tough, and she kept her cards close to her chest. An old friend of mine once privately commented to me that Yelan is always smiling, but never with her eyes. She is a very dangerous person. Something of an exaggeration in my view. At least, I know she would never hurt the people she trusts. What would you like to know?
About the next Tianshu.
As Yelan says, now that I'm on the mend, I should have another few years' worth of work in me. During this time, I plan to gradually hand over my duties while mentoring some new candidates. That reminds me. Chen Wei and Ming Bo are still waiting downstairs. I must go and have a chat with them shortly. What would you like to know?
Rip Fatty. I mean, he might still get a chance in a few years down the road. About Regrator.
Regrator is the 9th of the Fatui Harbingers, though likely the first among them where wealth is concerned. However, his wealth is not a mere question of how much more he has to his name. He has a very unique understanding of wealth, and what he's planning may very well shake the world to its core. Beyond that, I don't have a lot of information about him. If you need to know more in the future, you can ask Ning Wang. What would you like to know?
Nothing.
Thanks to you and Yelan, everything turned out okay this time. You can always find me at the wharf if there's ever something else you'd like to discuss in the future.
So Jerry is already in prison, I guess?
You think? He poisoned Uncle Tien. I still can't believe he'd do that. Why the long face?
Nothing. I think it's a great shame. I always thought he's very smart. If he became Tianshu, he'd be able to accomplish many things I could never hope to.
Don't feel bad. I'll admit he was a strong contender, but give me 3 years and I'll overtake him. When I become Tianshu, I'll make you my deputy. Like the sound of that?
Start by working on your temperamental issues. If you can't keep your cool, your work will suffer. Right now, you still have a long way to go before you'll be eligible to take the Tianshu position.
I'll get there. One step at a time. And then, before you know it, there'll come a day when you won't be able to find a single flaw in me or my work. First things first, though. Let's go and talk to Uncle Tien.
I'm sure they'll work things out. They still have a lot of time to improve themselves before the question arises again. What's going on? This tiny little stage is really annoying me. It's been poorly maintained for decades. It squeaks at the lightest touch. Flung told our boss, Van Erje, that it needs to be replaced, but he would always brush me off, saying that he couldn't find a good carpenter to do the job. Today, when I was telling the story of the Wrath of Haishan, it would make that infernal squeak with every pose I would strike. Nothing could have killed the mood more effectively. Everyone present burst out laughing, and some even made fun of me for it. I'm fed up with it. I must bring a good carpenter to see Van Erje. Then we'll see what other excuses he can come up with this time. You're from the Adventures Guild, right? I just directly ask you to find a carpenter for me. Who should I look for? Oh, my bad. You don't look like you're from around here. How can I expect you to know where to find good carpenters? Well, then, how about you go to Jingse village and look for Master Lu at Fanmu Carpenters. He's known for good skills. Please ask him if he's willing to help me. He can send an apprentice if he's not available. Any carpenter from Fanmu Carpenters can manage the job, and if they build it right, that means we can finally have a befitting stage for Miss Yun. Ha, I'm such a genius. With this reasoning that I just came up with, I don't see how Arya could say no again this time. Just rest assured, as long as you bring the carpenter here, you'll be paid in full. Got it. Then I'll be counting on you. I'm at the tea house every day. Come to me when you've found a carpenter. Yeah, maybe it's just mice. Maybe we do need a pest exterminator instead. Oh well. What's the hurry, young lady? Would you like to sit down and have a cup of tea? Master Lu. Oh, it's not difficult to build a new stage, but I'm afraid I can't help. Leo Harbor is too far away. No one will be taking care of Funmu Carpenters if I go. What's more, I'm too old to travel this far. It would take a toll on my fragile bones. Guess I can kiss that commission fee goodbye then. Hang on a second. Since you've traveled all the way here, why don't I recommend someone capable to you? Although he's not yet my apprentice, I've been considering the possibility of accepting him. Master Lu, I'm almost done with the 4 chairs at the village he had wanted, but I ran out of wood for the last chair. And you, thank you for helping out in the village. Speak of the devil, I was about to say that Dayu can handle your request as well. Do you have a job for me? I am not yet Last Lu's apprentice, so I can't represent Funmu Carpenters. Come down here. Come down there. They came from Leo Harbor and want us to build a new stage for Heyu House. Oh, you want us to build a stage? Us means me and Master Lu. Did you hear that, Granny Rushin? Yes, I did. Master Lu, Dayu really wants to be your apprentice. He only follows you around at Funmu Carpenters when there are so many other choices. He's a diligent and kind boy. It's time you gave the nod. Got it, got it. Already asked him to take jobs on my behalf. Think I've made myself quite clear. Thank you, Master. You, the first job I'm going to officially send you on is to build a stage for Heyu Tea House. Do your best and make me proud. Piece of cake. I worked for the carpenter who built the stage for the Jade Chamber. I won't be so proud yet. The stage of Heyu Tea House has lasted for decades. You gotta build a sturdy one for them too. Oh, so this is all for Arias Tea House. How has he managed to never replace his tiny stage for so long? I'll take the job. Let me finish the last chair in the set, and I'll come with you. Sorry that you'll have to wait a bit. I need 3 pieces of pine wood for the last chair. I'm going to collect some. We can wait. Well, if you don't want to wait, then you have to magically produce 3 pieces of pine wood right here, right now. I have a feeling I can't do that. Darn it. That's my best magic trick. So you really can't do that? Then could I trouble you to bring me 1 red dye? Now wait a minute. Don't get so worked up. A great person like you must have a greater heart. Thank you for your help. I'm glad I have the dye, because if not, then I would have had to go inside my pot to make it. Here they are. The last chair is finished. Here you are, Granny Roshin. Now time to head to the tea house. Take care, Master. I'll be back in a few days. Alright, be safe. Well then, if I leave now, I'll reach Leo Harbor by tomorrow evening. See you at the Heyu Tea House. What do you sell? You sell celebrations. Okay then.
Wanna come over for...
For what? For what would I come over?
Rise. Phew, go! Phew.
What do you mean? Don't tell me that you're still arguing amongst yourself. Oh, I get it. Mr. Liu Su wants to build a new stage, but he doesn't get to make the call here. Van Ye, who is actually in charge, isn't keen on building something new. Fine. Just let me know when you two have things sorted out. I've just had a tiring trip and would like to get some rest while waiting. That's just great. So, our trip is a waste in the end. But what about our commission fee? Be patient. Let me try talking to him again. Hey, if you don't want to spend a small sum of money on this stage, you'll lose a big fortune in the future. Just think about it. Every time Miss Yun gives her marvelous spear flourish performance, the audience will hear the squeak of the stage before they even get to applaud. Isn't that simply embarrassing? The Yunnan Opera Troupe isn't obliged to perform at our tea house. They could go somewhere else if they are displeased. That would be a huge loss on our side. Miss Yun is a dear friend. She would never do that to me. You're quite an optimist, aren't you? But I heard that many people have chosen to go to third round knockout instead of our tea house lately. Iron Tongue Tian has gotten even more popular than me. Could you try to be a little more realistic? For all the money Miss Yun has earned for the tea house, don't tell me that you can't even afford to build a new stage. Did someone just call my name? Oh, it's you, Mr. Liu Su. You look angry. What happened? It's nothing. I'm not angry, actually. Well, are you here to perform today? I'm just here to have some tea and pay you and Arié a visit. Ah, if it isn't Li Huan. What a surprise. I'd say it's fate. I'm not at all surprised. Miss Yun certainly knows the art of conversation. Come, friends, I have some newly made tea from Xiaoying village. Let's brew a pot. Hey, when I was downstairs, I heard that you are going to rebuild the stage, so this day has finally come. This will need a bit more consideration. Oh, a bit more consideration. Speaking of which, do you know who I visited in Qingxi village today? You can just directly tell me that you went to see Ruoxin again. Good guess! Granny Ruoxin was asking about Heio Tea House, and I told her that everything was the same as when she was young. Then she said... What did she say? Oops, I forgot what she said. You seem to have a good memory, but why does it have to fail on this particular day when something's so important? Forget it, she'll be happy with things remaining as they were. Young people are always after new things and have little respect for the past. All you know is forcing me to rebuild the stage. The more I explain, the more you'll find me annoying. Please don't get mad, Algie. Let's have tea and I shall brew some. Li Huan and Mr. Liu Su, could I trouble you to bring me some tea? Stop nagging me about repairing the stage. Let me think about it. I thought it was a serious job, and I even brought with me the blueprint for the grand stage on the Jade Chamber. Who would have thought that the questers hadn't even reached a consensus? Was it just a practical joke or something? Miss Yun was wondering why Eddie refused to build a new stage despite all its benefits. Now I see why, thanks to your clever choice of topic. I understand his nostalgia, yes, I really do, but I didn't expect him to have held on to that for decades. Now we know the reason behind it. I don't get it. This is an old story, but since you're involved, I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Van Erier used to be an opera singer when he was young, and he often performed together with Granny Rosin. They would usually play a couple. Perhaps Erier wanted it to be real. But Granny Rosin had feelings for someone else. Later, she grew tired of stage performance and then decided to go to Shinse village with the one she loved. But that person didn't make it to Shinse village with Granny Rosin, leaving her to live alone in the village ever since. Knowing that I often visit her, Aye would ask me about her from time to time. I can tell that he still cares for Granny. He sees the stage as a symbol of their past and thus doesn't want to tear it down. Since the stage means so much to Aye, he's not gonna let us build a new one. Guess all our efforts are wasted. That's not necessarily the case. I have a way to change his mind. Give me some time, Mr. Liusu. Really? As long as the stage gets repaired, I'll be in your debt, Miss Yun. I won't ask for too much. Please tell Ring of Raining Blades to its very end. Li Huan, you can join me if you want. Somehow Yunjin feels very different than usual. Our tea house has collaborated with the Yunhan Opera Troupe for decades. Miss Yun would naturally feel more approachable around us. No problem, I'll make some time and tell a story just for you. Alright, now that we've finished the tea, it's time to talk to Aye. Aye, when we were drinking tea, I suddenly remembered what Granny Rushin told me. Oh, what did she say? She said, Aye always loves to make things difficult for himself. I feel sad about it. She truly understands me. But it seems that she doesn't miss the old stage. I'm the only person who can't let go. What a fool was I to be obsessed with this stage. Alright, you can rebuild as you want. It's a touching thing to have kept that stage for so many years. I don't find it foolish at all. Please don't think of it that way. The stage must be rebuilt, but we mustn't damage what Aye wants to preserve in memory. So you finally made your decision. Great, I'll start working right away. Here, take a look at the blueprint. The grand stage of the Jade Chamber was built based on it. According to this design, we need to tear down the walls on the two sides and... Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think we need to repair the stage instead of building something entirely new. Since the problem is caused by the squeaky wooden floor, why don't we repair the floor first? As for the rest, we can talk about it later. What do you think, Mr. Liusu? So long as the stage won't affect performance, I have no objection to Miss Yun and Arie's arrangements. Huh? Is that all you want? So you don't need me to build a new stage? I agree. Miss Yun's idea is a good one. As it happens, we don't need to buy the planks. We can find some at the docks. May I trouble you to bring me the planks, Li Huan? I'll pay you for everything in full later. I sure don't have those in my pockets, but it works for me. Alright then, leave everything to me. Oh. So we'll have to do the run around. Or fly around at least.
Go! Phew! With the wind.
Hello, planks, my friends.
All tasks have been handed out.
And back we go.
Go!
Also, I have fully committed to doing these quests now instead of doing a hangout. because Yelan's story did take longer than I thought, and I'd rather not have the hangout take too long as well. And I'm at least assuming these quests won't take forever. Settled then. Wonderful. About Granny. I did just come back from Jingse village, and yes, I visited Granny. I directly quoted what she said. It's just that I didn't quote the full sentence. What she said was, Aya always loves to make things difficult for himself. He's stingy with Mora, and people around him suffer for it as well. It's honestly rather saddening. Although what she said was true, Aya would have been irritated had I repeated exactly every word, so I took the liberty of omitting the other half. 3 hours in the quest, sell the mice found in the stage. Yeah, that can happen. Great, this is my second favorite thing, to spend some time in the tea house. Even when Mr. Liu Su isn't telling a story, the mere sound of the bustling city itself is soothing. Then, what's your most favorite thing? It's definitely singing the opera on the stage. I'd love to chat with you more, but I believe that Mr. Liu Su is still waiting for you to bring him planks so that the stage can get fixed. Sell the mice to Bolai. Yes, that's usually how it goes, isn't it? Just one round of Ring of Raining Blades? No problem. Miss Yun really understands me. Yes, she knows when to omit and what to omit. These planks would do. I'll start right away. Nice. The stage has been repaired. Nothing seems to have changed at all. Young man, since you've traveled all the way from Jingse village to here, how much should I pay you? I thought it would be a big job, yet I only had to repair a few planks. That wasn't much trouble. I'm new in this line of job, so I won't ask for too much. 2 meals worth of Mora would do. That makes 8,000 in total. It's a fair price. Good. But I can only offer 2,000 Mora. What? Why don't you ask me to do it for free? This is Aye for you. He has a 50-50 principle, you know. Well, it means 50 off first, and then 50 off again, making it 75 off in total. It's rather, economical. Oh my, your boss is rather stingy. You only repaired a few planks. I'd only offer 2,000, not a single more or more. So we have to sell the mice to cover the difference. Guess I'll have to take it, since this is my first commission. Remember to put in a good work for Fanmu Carpenters with your audience. You can count on me. And my young friend here, thanks to you too, you'll be handsomely paid. How about this blueprint? For all the details, it must be worth a fortune. You're stingy indeed. Haha, to run a tea house, I have to pinch pennies here and there. And Miss Yun, you solved a problem for me on your visit. How should I thank you? That won't be necessary. I'm glad that I was able to help. I had wanted to invite Xingyang to go to a rock and roll performance. Oh, you need me to do some explaining for you while you go to the show, right? Don't say that. Just haven't seen my friend Xingyang for some time and miss her very much, that's all. The people from the Yunnan Opera Troupe ask about my whereabouts. Please. Got it. I have the answer ready. Oh, you're asking about Miss Yun. She came to visit Xinyan, and they did embroidery together. That's what I'm gonna tell them. Do you like this one? Yes, I do. Then it's decided then. Oh, we got the orchestra house and 30,000 mora. That carpenter was robbed. That was fantastic. What a blast. About Rex Lapis's death. No. Encore! Encore! Kill him again!
And with that...
Okay, what's the other quest? The tales behind the fan. After returning from the chasm, you decide to take a walk in the city. Oh. It's that guy.
Bang!
Look, he really is over there. Hey, Shangli. Oh, it's you two. Seems you didn't have enough money problems today yet, so you looked for me. We came to ask you about something. Would you mind waiting for a moment? I'm currently in the middle of something. What are you busy with? This guy. Speaking of which, I think you managed to return so quickly. What speed? It's almost been a week. Ah, Zhongli. Are these your friends? They often come here to look for you. Ah, yes. They are old acquaintances of mine. Splendid. Since you two are also here, could you help me persuade Zhongli to sell his archaic stone, please? Archaic stone? What would you want one of those for? Don't you know? Archaic stone is highly sought after now. It's not even a matter of price, for there's barely any supply on the market. I was telling stories as usual today, and Zhongli dropped by as usual too. Somehow we talked about my Through the Eyes of a Dragon, one of my finest works, if I do say so myself. Oh, you mean that story. I'll have to go over it from time to time. It's a good one, isn't it? Zhongli also says that my storytelling is superb. At first I thought he was just an erudite gentleman who knew a lot about folk culture. But as it turns out, he's also well versed in history and mythology. So now I often trouble him with the various questions I've got. Pleasure is all mine. Don't be so modest. You've helped me a lot. But come to think of it, the act of chatting is pleasurable only because you are talking to the right person. Zhongli, for instance, is a good chatting companion with many fantastic ideas and, to be honest, lots of far-fetched theories too. Haha. There was this one time when I told him, see, my story first tells of how Rex Lapis carved Astaha out of magical rock, and then elaborates on how they fought side by side across the four corners of the world. Isn't that just mesmerizing? Yet he said, the story is a true masterpiece save for some inaccurate details. According to some researchers, Rex Lapis may not have possessed the skills required to create such a work of craftsmanship. How would he know? What a bummer! And there was also another time when I told him about the serpent of Jinsei village. He didn't buy the story at all, saying it was too good to be true for the serpent to transform into a beautiful landscape. I wonder if too much knowledge can stifle imagination. What a shame that someone as well cultured as Zhongli should fail to appreciate the aesthetics of artistic creation. I can hardly object to your criticism. I shall keep it in mind. But your stories are always marked by wild imaginations. I just point out what I notice as an ordinary listener and hope that it might be of use to you. Since storytelling requires a sharp mind, I am sure storytellers such as you can certainly understand where I'm coming from. Those are the heartfelt reactions from a devoted audience member. You're right. I know your good intentions. You want me to become the best storyteller in Liu Harbor, right? It just means to say that the details in your stories aren't correct. Why are we talking about stories here? What has this got to do with the archaic stone? Ah yes, back on topic, back on top. So I told Through the Eyes of a Dragon again the other day. Aren't you ever worried that your audience will get bored if you always tell the same story? Some stories are worth being told time after time, forever and ever. These stories are meant to be told repeatedly. It takes time and creativity to come up with new plots after all. Ah, see? Zhongli really gets me. Anyway, that day a miner, the leader of a mining crew, was out for work and happened to pass by while I was telling the story. He told me, "Well, do you know about the chasm? There's a type of incredibly beautiful stone to be found in that place. Such stones have a faint and exquisite luster. You can find them somewhere in a long and winding tunnel in the chasm." What did he say? I think tunnel is the word he used, right? You could probably say that. Huh. The chasm must be quite a mysterious place, if even someone as well-traveled as Zhongli has never been there. I guess that's got to be because no one was allowed to go in until recently when mining operations resumed, and I only heard about that from others. Ah, yes indeed. The miner said that the stone springs forth within a tunnel. No one knows who built it. All they know is that the tunnel meanders forward as if created by someone dragging something colossal down. The sheer few of it is most awe-inspiring, apparently. Some say that the place might have perhaps been an ancient battlefield. But who fought there? We may never know, so I thought that Rex Lapis and Aestar could have fought there. Actually, I've been working on a new story lately. It would be nice if I could put this plot into it, so I thought. So I invited Zhongli over to ask for his ideas, and to my surprise, he's in possession of an archaic stone. He said he bought it from a merchant at the market. He's got good taste, and he wouldn't miss a true treasure. I was thinking that the stone could make an ideal testament to my story, so if Zhongli doesn't object, I'd like to purchase the stone as a memento. Zhongli, are you really gonna sell him the stone? Yes. Tian is an ingenious storyteller, and I enjoy his stories very much. It's my pleasure to be able to contribute to his creation. Eh? That said, if I sold him the stone, it would undermine the credibility of his story. As we have discussed before, Rex Lapis sealed Aestar underground. According to experts, there are many caves and mining tunnels in the chasm. It would be a constant disturbance to people there if Aestar really was sealed there. Would Rex Lapis not have considered that? That makes sense. You're right. Rex Lapis wouldn't have done something so careless. Yep, that's a good point. To be honest, I'd want to exchange my favorite folding fan for Zhongli's archaic stone. Huh. There's an illustration on it. I love to have this fan in hand while telling through the eyes of a dragon. Upon it is drawn a dragon soaring in the skies, its body free to roam the world, and its spirit unbound to aim high. It's an inspiring view. Whoa, this sort of fan's really rare. You know, even Pyron wants it now. Alright, don't we have an archaic stone too? Really? Then would you mind giving it to me? You can have my folding fan. Might I have a word? The archaic stone is precious indeed, and your folding fan is also a work of art. I would advise against exchanging them as you would ordinary goods. Well, if you say so. Actually, you know, I have more than one such fan. You drew the illustrations on them, and that already makes them special. Anyone who enjoys your storytelling will rejoice if they were given such a generous gift. Really? You're right. I truly am fortunate to have devoted listeners who understand my stories. And I couldn't ask for more than that, could I? To be honest, I made these fans so that I could one day give them to like-minded audiences. And you certainly are such audiences, so they were always meant to be yours. Please wait here for me to fetch them. And you certainly are... Oh. Can I really keep this? Of course, you are my audience, and that makes you a worthy recipient. Besides, I've made several such fans, so don't worry, just take it. And Zhongli, there's no need to be formal with me either. It's just a handmade fan. I hope it's not too meager a gift for you. I'll gladly take it. Thank you. An exquisite work of art indeed. It is truly something worth treasuring. Ah, right. Actually, we came to ask Zhongli about something. Can we talk to him for a moment? Ah, have I taken up too much of your time? Oh dear, well then, please, go ahead. There's no need to apologize. You have my gratitude. Zhongli, were you at the chasm? And you saved us too, didn't you? Thank you. Zhao also said that he wouldn't have been able to escape without your help. Oh, did he say so? Interesting. How time flies. Even he has learned to open up to others. So, what were you doing at the chasm? Was I at the chasm? How curious. I must admit that this is the first time that I'm hearing of such a thing. Huh? Stop playing dumb. Haha. Why would I play dumb? This fan is of high quality indeed. Zhongli! Now that I'm on vacation, I just take my time and walk around. I'd say that anything I run into is a happenstance of fate, for which I shall take no credit. Come to think of it, it's nice to travel to different places and witness many things in this vast world. They always bring old memories back. Do you miss the past? Not at all. I'm immortal now, and being mortal means living in the present. A dragon soaring in the skies, its body free to roam the world, and its spirit unbound to aim high. Most inspiring indeed. With much to be perceived in the four corners of the world, and much to marvel at amongst mountains and waters, I believe I must travel still more in the future. And he just left. Okay. Guess that's that. That fan was a teapot item too, right? So many teapot items. How will I ever find the fan in here? Snowman. Animals. Fan. A dragon's wondrous sight. A folding fan that the storyteller Iron Tongue Tian gave to you. Upon it is drawn a scene from the legendary tale Through the Eyes of a Dragon. According to this legend, Rex Lapis carved a star out of a rock. And as he granted the rock eyes and a divine spirit, a living, breathing dragon was born. What a mysterious story. So many new teapot items. Yeah, I don't think I ever looked at this page of them, of my item list. Shriveled seed. So, one last thing I want to take a look at today. Because I was playing with my second character and exploring the chasm, I found a place in the chasm that I had not been to with this character, with Li Huan. And it felt like it could be a place where the shriveled seed might find use, and I want to check that. The shriveled seed itself, I think I talked about sometime during our chasm explorations. But I'll show it again, just in case. I might not have even shown the place, I might have just talked about it, so I guess let's do that quick. If I can find that place as well. All of the things I'm gonna do now might not actually correlate and not lead to anything, but I'm curious.
Phew.
I think it was over here somewhere. Yes, I think in there. I thought there was a jump in. Oh. Well, guess we're climbing. So, I found the shriveled seed here. There was a puzzle about climbing along all these vines. And finding, I think, seals or leaves to unseal these totems. Yeah, and a not so shriveled seed has just found me. And the description of the seed: a seemingly withered object that seems to, by normal judgment, be a seed. However, it still has a surprising amount of life in it. Best not to eat it for now. I'm just wondering... Leechel. If it has anything to do with the place I found today. Because I don't think I've gone there. But I might be very wrong. Because it's been a while since we explored chasm. Upper layers. Over there was one of our fossil photo spots. Down there is the secret way to above ground. But over here is a path I may not have taken. Or at least not taken to completion. I find it funny that you get your enemy music, but don't even stand up. Compared to your little seed friends that attacked me immediately.
Leave it all to me. Life goes on.
Okay, I have indeed not been here. There was one thing that I found today that made it almost certain whether I did or not, and that's... Hi. It's that there is still one of these around here.
Go. Faster. As a dutiful maid would. Allow me. Go. See? Higher, higher. Hands on fire. Wow.
I thought you were dead.
Opening box of adepti tricks.
Now we got that. This place just leads back to the outside, I think. Although there is also a city I have not found. I have not been very thorough around here.
Treasure chests. Do we like treasure chests?
Oh, that treasure chest spawned because of killing that Geo bishop, probably. Also, there's another.
Want a taste of my hammer?
Faster? Okay, faster.
Oh, this one. Which we never got to. Huh. Mysterious Chasm still has its secrets. Maybe we'll get to that from behind. Somehow.
Treasure chests. Do we like treasure chests?
So, that tree was suspicious to me. With a tree, like from Dragonspine, something. maybe not. Like I can't equip that thing or anything. I thought something might happen, but we also still don't know how to get... Oh, hi.
I must leave no...
We also still don't know how to get past these. Because I don't think, even at its current upgrade level, this thing does... I'm wrong. But it doesn't do anything with you. Okay.
Go!
Sorry for deleting your rating. It was not my intent. See, it's back already. You don't need to worry.
Steady as stone.
Didn't think I could delete those doors. That's slightly worrisome. Because I don't remember where those were. Except that they were all over the place. Also, there was no way to get to that gem up there from behind. You remember this cell was where our bomb expert friend was kept. There's also a treasure chest in there. Or multiple.
Faster? Oh,
I'm getting stuck. Too bad there's not an even smaller character. That sure would help in situations like this. I was really bad at exploring this place. There's stuff all over. in the wide open, too. Yeah, it would be nice if we could play as Baitu's snake. Surely we could go through the smallest of areas.
No more words. Wheel of life. Allow me.
I will end you. I guess this is it.
Huh?
Shouldn't get careless.
Sacred name, fortune preserver. I must leave no.
You need to hurry up. An unfortunate fault.
Go.
Actually, I'm gonna do something unconventional.
Go.
Gonna look up some things on stream, because why not?
Huh?
What are these things called? Lumen spar. Huh. We found this treasure map fragment when we were fighting the treasure hunters in the outside of the chasm after teaming up with the Millelith that had disguised themselves as treasure hunters. And apparently there's a second fragment that we need to find. which should be somewhere around here. Up. Possibly. Let's take the path. Sure have not been here. Greetings. Another test subject.
Leave it all to me.
Oh, what a cute treasure coffin.
Enter. Enter what? Oh. Okay.
Huh?
I thought I would find the second piece of the treasure map.
Cute treasure coffin.
I guess this works too. Someone's immune to something. Where did I come from? Can I not go back out the same way? Did I fall from the sky?
Go.
That's a little bit rude. Don't see a way. Why make a cell that it can open from the inside? Treasure hoarder logic. Just checking if I missed anything by this place. Like that.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs assistance.
Let's investigate this further. Live!
Ooh, wonderful.
Come into being!
Why are you making this path out of flowers for me? And why am I gonna fall? Okay, I didn't. I'm becoming highly distracted. As is the usual with this game, I guess.
Ooh, wonderful.
When I'm entering exploration mode. Oh no, gonna have to disturb one of you guys again.
Leave it up to me.
Really not your day, huh?
Burst forth!
Higher, higher, pants on fire! Go. Orders given. Orders received.
Come into being!
Oh, what a cute treasure coffin!
Is this... Summer cake stone. Fun. Very fun.
Who's our target this time?
Balloons, Yelan. Balloons. I think that was 2 for 1,
A
Yelan.
chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
Oh boy. Orbs.
Burst forth. If this
Can I do
treasure
that
could
and
talk.
still orb? Sure can. And that leads to a Sealy, which leads to more things forever. You feel confused.
Ta-da! Clee's here! Yay! Shiny! La la la! Woo! Da da da!
Look, there's a single feather here. Everyone thinks this might be used later. One of the 6 offerings scattered throughout the chasm. Surprisingly, we found also one of those today. A feather fell from an eagle that flew over the top of the cavern. The Millelith seemed to enjoy collecting these tough feathers to use as ornaments. It is said that eagle feathers fit valiant warriors best, and so tend to be used to decorate the armor and arms of the bravest, such that they might break the enemy formation with all the swiftness of the great bird of prey. With how things are going, we are gonna finish that quest somehow on stream. Also, it seems there is no use for the shriveled seed yet. Maybe it's gonna be useful in the future then. We are going to Sumeru next, after all. Surely they know what to do with plants over there. Which 2 are we missing?
These bombs are so...
We have the Flower of Farsight, the Sky Feather, the Cup of Commons, the Helm of Warding, okay.
heavy.
So heavy.
La la la. Da da da.
Dodge this!
Feeling bad for this guy.
Life goes
All
on.
alone. Oh, why is this old sundial being left there? Sundial of Ages. One of the 6 lost offerings scattered throughout the chasm. It seems quite old now, but the etchings are still very clear, so it can still be used. The sun is a rare sight down in the chasm, and it is easy to lose track of time. Someday, the sundial will once again track the passage of years.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot.
Well, those are some hard-working lads. Not gonna disturb them. Because there's no treasure chests associated to fighting them.
One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and faster? Okay, faster.
Oh, I thought that was a bridge, but it's only over here. I'm doomed. I'll die. I don't want to. Can we not? Can we not do this?
Faster? Okay, faster.
Along the stream. How stupid the jokes become. That's just how things work. Realize you're leading me back the way I just came. And I'm gonna fall again.
If this treasure could talk.
Treasure might not be able to talk, but these flowers and orbs sure are leading ways. Also, I'm surprised I'm not climbing. Are they leading ways? I wish the map in the corner was bigger. Maybe what I'm looking for is up there. Might be. The warrior's spear. Was lost amid the ancient battlefield 500 years ago. The long years have worn the edge of the spear point away, but it still looks quite ominous nonetheless. One can imagine that it was once wielded by a warrior most brave, earning the cheers of the young wherever it swept, even unto the chasm itself. That's all of them. Offer all the stuff. So the Millelith treasure is real. I did. Did you not notice the earth rumbling and opening up before us? That's a very ominous sight.
This world holds many a rare treasure.
A small stone tablet has the following words inscribed on it. During the battle at the chasm, I lost the use of my 4 limbs and thus was forced to dictate these words for someone else to record and carve here. I survived that fierce battle, but each night where I fought of our fallen comrades was a sleepless one. But with my body in this state, oh how I detested the fact that I was not privileged to join them. I attempted to join them, only to have Rex Lapis hear of it and reprimand me, waking me from my stupor. Alas, for I can no longer make use of his gift of Millelith armor and equipment. They shall only accumulate dust if left in my keeping, and so I leave them here, for someone fated to come and claim them. Everyone thought we can no longer do so in this life. Let us be comrades again in the next. Let us then share the wine of sworn brotherhood once more, and defend Liyue from its foes. It's actual equipment. Oh, it's just... Is it? It's Tenacity of Millelith. A full set of Tenacity of the Millelith. I wonder if it is special in any way. Tenacity of the Millelith. I have 20 of those. How do you defend yourself with a solar dial? I can imagine attacking them. I mean, it also has defense as its main stat. Oh, it's not even a 5-star set. It's a 4-star set of Millelith. Flower made from gold leaf. It represents the glories and honors attained by its bearer. A falcon feather worn on ceremonial occasions. It displays the dignity and resolve of Liyue Harbor to the outside world. A simple device for telling time. This was one standard issue for the Millelith during times of war. A golden cup used by the Millelith to take their oaths still bears the lovely scent of wine. A splendorous helmet from ages past. Clean the dust away. It will look brand new once more. Helmet gives you attack. It's random, so... Can't go by those things. Artifacts are essentially the in-game gacha of the game. To get the ones you want for each character. Anyways, Wang, we did what you wanted. Oh wow, you really found it. So, this is the treasure of the Millelith then. I've got no clue what's in there, but I'm sure that the soldier who left that treasure behind would be pleased to know that it was found. It's been 500 years since that disaster. When I think about how this place was once the site of such an intense battle, one in which countless forebearers of ours sacrificed themselves, I can't help but wonder. Did any of those people who went into battle alongside the Lord of Geo think that they would be remembered by people across the centuries? Did they ever doubt or falter in their duties? And as for those who never gained the vision, how did they remain loyal to a god who never showed them a favor, even until death? They were loyal to their own decision as well. Yes, you're right. Those with visions, those without. We are all working towards a future with limitless potential. I mean, that's what they call motivation, am I right? We're the same. We're not here for the good times in the past, or for some self-realization in the present, but we do this to support one another in leaving something of ourselves behind in the times we live in. Maybe someday in the far future, the chasm will also become our memorial. The pits and the valleys, the sweat of generations of miners, they all bear witness to the tough road we have chosen. Just like this memorial, this place will be here 100, even 1,000 years from now on. A testament to the fact that the sacrifices made here were not in vain. Well, I'm not going to live to see that happen, obviously. But if someone does come here someday to toast us poor miners long after we are gone, that would be more than enough. The middle lift shall never be... moved. Just curious. Oh, I still miss big stones. Guess I'm not done down here. Even though I don't have any quests left. I know that the girl we have been following down here, that was sickly and dying and wouldn't let herself be stopped, is now lost somewhere in the chasm. I wonder if I can find her. But that's not for today. That will probably accidentally happen to me sometime. What I do wonder, however, is I wanted to check how many of those I'm still missing. I need 8 plus... oh. 8 plus 8 plus 8. So 3 times 8. I'm still missing a lot, aren't I? 8 plus 8 is 16. Plus 8. 24. I'm missing 5 still. Okay. Oh well, they'll be somewhere. I mean, I found out today that I can actually open those weird doors. So I guess I'll have to look for those. For now, thank you for watching today. We got quite a bit more done than I expected. Just because I got so distracted. Just because I wanted to put a seed at a tree. Oh well. Don't drink anything from a poison master, I guess. At least, not until the next stream. Goodbye!